Hallå.
Thank you. You're so well behaved. It's actually 22 seconds to go, but I'm kind of tired and I have some information, so I don't want to take time from the Tachyon speakers who will enter the stage really soon. So first of all, how are you? Is anyone tired? Is anyone happy anyway? Great, then we're kind of in the same mood. Anyways, we'll soon make space for our brilliant Tachyon and very courageous Tachyon speakers who will each hold a 4-minute kind of unprepared talk. But first, I need to give you some practical information about the lunch. I'm sure everyone who was here yesterday noticed that there were some trouble around serving lunch. Not everybody got their lunch in time, and some had to look for it in strange places. I hope everybody got something to eat. But anyway, this day, we know what's going to happen. All of the food is going to be inside of the venue. Nothing is going to be outside. For everybody who has special dietary requirements, your food will be by the reception, not by the bar, by the reception. There will be bread and stuff out in the lounge here and back at the bar. Most of the food will be on the tables inside, on the small round tables, but there are not enough tables for everyone. So some of the food will be by the reception, and you will have to take it and bring it outside to the terrace. And on the terrace there will be like glasses and forks and knives and water. So some of you will have to bring your food from the inside to the outside. Most of you can eat inside by the stand-up tables. And all food will be inside. Okay. A question?
No, but you can tell that the rooftop terrace.
Yes. Yes, the rooftop terrace is ours today, so we will be able to use it, which we didn't yesterday. So I think that's it. I've used too much time. So Tachyon speakers or Tachyon talks, what is that? Björn?
Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, good. Very short, so not steal the time from the speakers. A tachyon is a theoretical particle that always travels faster than light. So since we have lightning talks and a shorter talk would be like a tachyon talk. That's the history behind it. So it's half the time basically, or 4 minutes. So that's what we call a tachyon talk.
And now? No, I'm not on still. Can you hear me? Oh, great. Awesome. So you might want to know who's going to speak, and the speakers might want to know as well. Bam, ba, dum, ba, da, ba, da. So the speakers are Elizabeth Swayze. Yes, got it. Marcus Bergland, Sofie Svensson, and Gunpreet. Also very. Everybody who is a speaker, can you please line up beside the stage? And I can see only 3 speakers. It's Gunpreet. I'm very sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this name here. No. That means we will have to call in a backup speaker, who is Linda Jakobsson. Yay! 4 speakers, 4 minutes each. And Anna will help us keep time. So when your 4 minutes is up, she will start applauding, and that means that you will have to follow. And it's time for the next speaker.
And you can watch the timer over there as well.
No,
perfect.
They can't.
Okay.
Ah,
First speakers on then.
Yep.
great. Good morning. My name's Elizabeth Swayze, and I'm an Agile coach, and I was previously a sustainability manager for over 10 years. So you can only imagine that yesterday when we had the panel discussion and all of the presentations on sustainability, and especially the interconnection and nexus between sustainability and Agile, I was so happy. I was super thrilled. And there was actually, at the very end of the panel discussion, a really great question from Pia. And I took note of it. I was at the edge of my seat. And she had said, without mandate, how do you go about making change? And I thought this is just a brilliant question and deserves so much space. Because even though I've been really lucky to be in positions where I had budget and a title and mandate, there's a lot of people who want to work with sustainability wherever you are, whether that be environmental, social, or want to work with diversity and inclusion. And how do you go about that? So I thought to myself, okay, well, when has it worked? When have I been lacking budget or lacking mandate? And when have we been able to make change? And I thought about my very, very favorite project ever, together with Aidan Gray, who's in the back today. And what we wanted to do was identify, we were working at a fashion company with e-commerce. We wanted to identify, we have these beautiful organic garments, and we have customers who are demanding sustainable garments. What happens? Are they finding the garments that we are offering them? So we did what was called at the time like growth hacking. And what we wanted to see was, how are the customers navigating on site? What search words are they using? Do we need a sub-page, a filter? How are they navigating on the app? We were really curious, are the customer demand meeting these organic, beautiful, sustainable garments that we have? Because if not, it's a huge gap in opportunity. So I want to share with you today 4 tips on how you can incorporate this type of work wherever you are. If you lack mandate, if you lack the title, if you lack budget, what can you do? So the 4 things are, the first one, what we did was we formulated our question in connection with business value. So with the example I took, there was a clear business value. If we can make sure the customer can find the organic garments, it's a win-win. And then from a sustainability perspective, of course, the more organic garments and the higher demand, the more we can work internally on those topics. So yeah, step 1, formulate your question in a business perspective. What and how will it benefit the business where you are exactly now? And number 2 is gather your people. I think Aidan and I, we found generous, smart people within their different expertise who were willing to give us time during their lunch break. People who knew about CEO, UX designers. We had people who were in marketing who could create banners so we can test things out. We just got our tribe together of people who believed in the idea. And then lastly, test. And make sure that, as long as it's reversible, just try it. Try it. You don't need to wait for everyone to be on board. Try it, find the results, and then present them to the company. Good luck.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for this fantastic conference. I was reminded, listening to many of you yesterday, about the similarities between Agile and improvisation theater. And for those of you who don't know what improv is, we can contrast it to traditional theater, or what I like to call waterfall theater, where you first start to gather requirements into a long requirements document, usually called a script. And then after that script is finished, the developers start implementing in a rehearsal period. At the very end of that rehearsal period, there is a user testing session, usually, called a dress rehearsal, where the directors and the actors get some actual feedback from actual users, which is one day before starting on actually having the release date of their project. And improvisation theater works in a different way, where we do a lot of practice, but then the product is actually developed together with the customer or the audience, so the usual setting is that improvisation theater, we ask the audience to tell us what their problems are or what they want to listen to at that very moment. And then having very short feedback loops, developing a product together with the customer in the moment. And in order to do that, we have to practice a lot as actors, because that is really hard to be able to, in 1 hour, just delivering a good product without the set of requirements. And some of those practice have actually helped me a lot, becoming more agile and becoming a better software developer. So those rules that maybe some of you will be able to use in your daily lives as well. Number 1 for improv theater is yes and. And that does not go against saying no to things, which is very important. We talked a lot about saying no yesterday. But saying yes, meaning saying yes to your partner on stage and accepting that worldview of your partner. Whatever they say is something that goes, and you have to continue on that. Second rule of improvisation theater is there are no mistakes. Whatever happened on stage is what happened on stage, and if a mistake actually happened, that's usually where the gold is and what makes the scene really, really great. So we practice actually to celebrate mistakes, and that is an awesome experience. Being on stage, lots of audience, feeling nervous, doing something stupid, saying the wrong words, and everyone is applauding that mistake. And that's something that I think we should take into our work life as well. Rule number 2, make your partner look good. Never put them in a spot where they can't handle a situation. Always give them the setup where they can perform really well. And thank you so much.
All right. I've learned that you're supposed to do physical things. So can we start by who wants to do right? Can we raise our hands? Who wants to do the right thing? Who wants to do the good thing, the correct thing? Good, good. So most people. If you had like friends or people next to you that didn't raise their hand now, there will be opportunity to switch seats later, right? Good. I'm Marcus. I'm a Scrum Master at a company who has a surprisingly similar graphical profile to Agila Sverige that's called HiQ. So if I'm here with a pink shirt next time, I promise it's not to steal the show. I want to talk a little bit about right and wrong, a little bit about who gets to decide what's right and what's wrong. And my fiancée, she's new at her job. She starts every morning and say, I just want to do the right thing. I want to go to work. I want to do the thing that is correct, right? And we get into this discussion a lot with, well, who gets to define your right thing? So the next thing to then raise our hands on is, who knows what the definition of right for them is? Who's comfortable saying, yeah, when I do the right thing, I know what that thing is? Some of us. Not most of us then wants to do right things. Most of us seemingly don't know where the right thing comes from. And that's then where we get into this show. we get into Agile, right? Normally, we have stakeholders for our products. We will have a PO, though I wouldn't get a PO for defining right for you. That's probably not useful. But I want you to kind of visit, whenever you say, I want to do the right thing, I want to do the correct thing, I want to do the speedy thing, kind of take a step back, much as when you get a problem or you get someone to say, I want you to do this. Well, who gets to define that I want to do this? Why is this thing right? And perhaps more importantly, a lot of people, I'm very happy, joined me in Anti-Agile Behaviors, which is the board of nightmares over there. Kind of visit, what is it that made these things right then? And then look back to yourself 5 years ago. When you did the right thing 5 years ago, why was that the right thing then? I think a lot of the time we get stuck in this, right and wrong, both in work and in life. But kind of, I know this is a heavy subject for morning, but kind of revisit and say, okay, so if it's not about right or wrong, if it's about rather which step am I taking that's teaching me if this is the correct way to go, and then who prompted me to take this step? Is it family members? Is it friends? Is it someone on social media? Is it someone on social media you probably shouldn't listen to? Is it just yourself, your books, meditation? I know we'll have a workshop on that later. I focus perhaps more on, rather than waking up and saying, I should do the right thing today, say, I'm going to do the right thing. Who got to tell me that this was the right thing today? One step at a time, not a glorious horizon. It's kind of preaching to the choir, right? That's all I wanted to say.
Courageous people, they do this, huh? Step on a stage, raise their hand, their voice, speak their opinion, do things that others dare not to. But is it so, really? Is it only courage that make me want to stand here in front of you guys? Can you see my hands trembling? Oh, this is scary as hell. I've actually never done this before. Some people might be surprised. Linda, you can always tell when Linda steps into a room. She takes up a lot of space and she has always some opinion to share with people. Yeah, maybe I do. But the other side of that truth is the vulnerability. To dare to do something, to be vulnerable, to be present, and to show that, that's scary. That's more scary than doing this. So, I couldn't resist myself. I needed to do this. I needed to be here. And to tell you that all these courageous people, they aren't that courageous, they aren't that different from all of you here. We are all vulnerable. We all are afraid of making ourselves as a fool in front of anyone, to be the outcast. But you know what? If we could be more present, and if we could show more of our vulnerability, there is no end to what the creativity power might be. To create those environments where people actually dare to be vulnerable, to be present. I think we need more of that. More of those people that actually dare to say, I think this is scary as hell, and I have no clue of what I'm going to talk about. Fact is, I didn't know that. I just had a plan, or sort of. I wanted to share with you that all these people that you seem, they are courageous, they dare to do things that you don't. They are as vulnerable as you are. And if you can do some mistakes, or just dare to speak up, and also show your trembling hands, maybe they do too. And now I don't have a plan anymore. So what's happening then?
Wow, courageous people indeed. That's the end of the Tachyon Talks for today. I hope we'll do this again next year because, wow, so great. Anyway, it's time for a very, very short break before the next two speakers. Matthias will speak here in space about building the optimal product team, and in TAB, Katarzyna, sorry about any mispronunciation, we'll talk about OKRs. So choose your room and your speaker, and see you in 2 minutes-ish.
They would help out a lot if they went to a different team. You can bring in consultants, or you can do hiring, and you can probably come up with some complex joint venture together with some other organization across the Atlantic and set up some collaboration there. But these four are sort of the main ones I've worked with. So then, going back to the people and the example of the engineering leadership meeting, and we're looking at the situation like this. So we see here the platform team is understaffed. We know that performance marketing is doing pretty well. There are 12 people. So the easy answer, if you haven't listened to the point I'm going to make, is let's just take Lisa here. She's a good backend developer. She's got some infrastructure skills. Let's move her from performance marketing to platform. Problem solved. Everyone happy. But if you know Lisa a little bit better, you know that it's more to her than being a backend developer with some infrastructure skills. She may have a profile something like this, but you know that sort of she's very happy in performance marketing. She really enjoys shipping stuff to a customer, and she doesn't really care about those flex your intellectual skills architectural meetings. She likes to be in those, but primarily you want to say, this is the architecture we're going for, let's ship it, and then she will deliver more than most of your other people on the team faster. But if you know your teams, you also know that you have Ali on the performance marketing team. And he's probably a better fit to multi-platform. He really cares about quality, he knows about API design and so on. So when you're in this engineering management meeting, instead of taking the decision to move Lisa, go talk to the team, get to know the people, figure out that, oh, Ali is super happy to move. And Lisa says that basically, if you move me to platform for longer than a couple of months, I will leave the company. And these are the type of situations you get into if you're not listening to my first point here, which is, as a leader or a member of the team, get to know the people you work with, not as an abstract concept on a slide, but as a real individual person and where they fit in your organization. And if you're unfamiliar with how to get to know people, there's sort of the introvert and the extrovert way. The introvert way is that if you didn't recruit them, go read their LinkedIn profiles and their CVs. They state something about what they know and what skills they have. Ask around for feedback, check performance reviews, whatever. There's a lot of information you can use. And the one I recommend, even if you're an introvert, you can sort of have a one-on-one coffee or something like, go ask the person. And in this context, asking questions about their work and what they like. That, what are things you're good at, that you find boring, and that you get to do today, but you would prefer not to do and wouldn't get to do in a different team? What's something you like to do and that you're good at, but you don't get to do enough of? What do you want to learn? What are people you enjoy working with that you're not working with today, and so on. So, first point, get to know the people you work with. Then let's take another example of this, like reorg. Once again, you've done all the theory. You know that moving from these two stream-aligned product teams to two stream-aligned, slightly different product teams and a platform team, that's the right thing for your organization. And because you know all the people, you've talked to them, you figured out where they should go in the organization, you're coming up with something like this, but you're also a company that's growing, and you're moving to 3 teams because you need more people. So, and also gonna say this before we move to the next thing, is that even if you know the people, so don't organize things for them. Make a suggestion, ask them, explain what you're intending to do, adjust based on the feedback you're getting, and then you end up with something like this. And the remaining point is, to fill out the remaining spots, probably you would go with hiring. And my last point about creating a really good team here is recruit like you actually learn something about recruiting. And this means that create a hiring brief based on the people you want to add to the team, not to hire a clone of the people who are already there. I think worst example is when I had 3 people who were great at bash scripting, and they wanted to hire the 4th person who was great at bash scripting. And I say, no, you need someone who can talk to your stakeholders and explain how your systems work. And maybe it's just decent at bash scripting, but the 3 of you who knows this in detail can teach that person that stuff. And if you want to learn more about sort of recruiting, here's some hints and on stuff, and there was a great talk last year that you can watch. So, you know your people, you've assigned them to teams, they've said that this is the teams I want to work on, you've hired some new people, they look great. So now, do you have the optimal Agile product team? No, because when you get to work, it will probably look something like this. These great people that were supposed to work really well together end up sitting in different parts of the office. One is at home, doesn't want to come in, because even if you have the right people with the right skills, you still need to do the work to get them to work together as a team. And then you have the optimal Agile product team. Thank you.
Thank you. People at the back, can you hear me properly? Great. I got feedback yesterday that I wasn't heard enough, so thank you. Welcome, Dan Eidmark, who's going to talk on aligning on tech vision.
Yes, thank you a lot. So, my name is Dan, and I work at a company here in Stockholm called Detectify. And Detectify have done quite a journey over the last couple of years. We have grown quite a lot. And like, I guess, like all of you in the audience, we have done a lot of new stuff in order to meet market needs and whatnot. And all of these things have a tendency to lead that you need to do some kind of technical transformations along the way in order to kind of grow with the company and grow with our customers. And even though we believe that our teams are perfectly suited to take decisions that affect their own spaces, because we want them to be kind of autonomous to drive these things forward. When we're growing, we also see a need to create some kind of alignment. And during these days, we have talked quite a lot about kind of product visions and kind of knowing your customers and going all teams together in the same direction. But we also need to have some kind of a technical alignment. We can't forget about the architecture, because the architecture is the foundation to all the things that we are doing. So what we have done during this spring is look a little bit about how we can create a cohesive architecture that can meet kind of our needs today, but also meet our needs in the future. So we're not kind of falling into old traps. So if you're a company and you're facing kind of the same thing that we're doing, that you want to create alignment on technology, one of the first things that you might encounter is like, let's create something called a target architecture. Let's have a group of talented people, we put them in a team, we lock them in there for a couple of months, we draw a lot of boxes, we connect them with a lot of nice arrows. And then when we're done, we have this perfect artifact to showcase exactly what architecture we would like to have in 5 years or so. The next step is, of course, to go out to the team and take this perfectly packaged solution. It's like, hey, please make this happen. And this is not really an empowering situation. Just come with a solution and hope that people doesn't think for themselves and just implement it, right? Same thing that we talk about when we talk about products and things like this. Another problem with target architecture is if you have this group of people that takes this amount of time to define these boxes and arrows, they have a tendency to fall in love with their own solutions, right? So if the team starts challenging this, it might be a challenge to the core of these people themselves. And these artifacts then get quite hard to change, which also is bad. And of course, with solutions in general, and in architectural solutions for that matter, you typically go out to look at what are other companies doing, what are the new bleeding architectural patterns out there that we want to use. And you start to lose track on what is really important. And you focus more on the technology part instead of what we actually want to get out of it. So if we don't want to do kind of the target architecture route, what can we do instead? So what we did, we set off in order to create something we call the technical vision, where we kind of looked for what are the effects that we want our architecture to do for us. What is it, more or less, that we want the architecture to enable in our organization? So we sat down and we started to think a little bit of well, we would like to have an architecture that enable us to have these kind of empowered teams, where they can take their own decisions, where they can innovate within their own respective places. And we started defining kind of what is empowerment for us. Perfect, let's do that. We also wanted our teams to be autonomous. What kind of architecture do we need in order to kind of be autonomous, to have teams be able to work independently of each other as much as possible? We started to list down all of these kind of bullet points of the effect and kind of the goal that we would like to get out of the architecture that we are choosing. But then something interesting happened, because when we looked at all of these bullet points, they didn't really have that much to do with architecture, right? It's more kind of how we are describing our perfect engineering department that we would like to work in, that works for our particular needs. So this actually turned out to be our engineering vision instead of our technical vision. So the architect could be one part to kind of get us there, but it could also be how we work with people and culture, how we collaborate, ways of working and so on. So different functions and departments can do different things in order to take us to this shared goal. But today, I was here to talk about technology, right? So let's see what you can do on the technology plane in order to kind of get to this vision. Because it's kind of hard to say, like, here's the vision, let's make it happen. There's probably some steps we need to take along the way. With that said, we need to talk a little bit about strategy, and especially technical strategy in this case, which is more or less not showing any solutions here either. It doesn't show any boxes or arrows and things like this, but it more captures our beliefs and our choices that we believe that if we are taking, will take us one step closer to the vision, which we all would like to work against. Well, towards is kind of the right word. And this can be kind of hard to kind of explain in a theoretical plane, so let's take some examples. So in our case, we believe that if we are democratizing data, making data available for everyone to use, we can empower teams to build new features and innovate their space with the data that is already available. And that is perfect, because if we're taking kind of this road direction in a sense, it will take us closer to the vision that we want to go in. Another thing is that we believe that if we're choosing our cloud platforms, native tooling, over bringing in something from the side that we need to maintain on our own, we can be more efficient. We can focus on the thing that really matters for us, which is innovating on a business plane, rather than focus our efforts on maintaining kind of infrastructure and things like this. Perfect. And we have a lot of these kind of bullet points, which is kind of showcasing what we believe will take us forward. That works perfectly for us. And the interesting thing here as well, that none of these bullet points showcase how to do it, which technology to use. It's more or less just showcasing a direction. Now it's up for the teams on a need-by-need basis, in a sense, to kind of explore these things together and drive the technology part forward with this kind of help of alignment towards the shared vision and with the different road choices that we're picking along the way. And here comes the next kind of important thing, because when you do a lot of vision work and a lot of strategy work, what you don't want to happen is that these artifacts that you're creating just simply becomes a document on the wall, or something that you put in Confluence and say like, hey, from management to a checkbox, we've done the vision work, let's just move forward. These two things need to be ubiquitous in all the things that we're doing, which means that in all the decision-taking process, all the proposals, all the changes in our backlog, in our team communication and communication in the company, these things should be present everywhere. Because this is a tool, right? And if we're not using the tool, we will not get the benefit from it. So if you're a team, for example, and would like to drive some kind of a technical change, sometimes it could be hard to kind of motivate for your team or for your organization that you want to take this kind of time to refactor something. This is also a tool for kind of sharing. Well, we want to do this because it will kind of enable us to do these strategy directions, which will take us partly to this part of the vision. And also things with cross-team related work. Much easier to collaborate across teams if you have the same vocabulary and the same kind of idea on where you're taking the architecture forward. So what I'm trying to say about all of these things is all of you in here have teams, and in these teams you have a lot of developers and individuals that are talented in the things that they are doing. So please don't tell them exactly how to solve things, but empower them to find their own way forward. And here it's kind of important because the teams are still kind of in a local scope. They're working with their part of the product and they're perfectly fine to take decisions within their particular space. But as I mentioned, we still would like to have some kind of cohesive architecture across all of these teams. So we can help them along the way. We can help together to set this vision, to have the shared goal. We can help kind of choosing some directions by adding some strategy with our choices and beliefs in order for us to take us step by step closer to this particular place. And this was kind of what I want to leave you off with here today. If you want to talk more about this, about technical visions or technical strategy or how to combine them with your product strategy, find me here during the conference so we can chat in the corridors. But otherwise, thank you.
So this is what happens if you bring your presentation in the last minute. You get a few minutes less of speaking time. Welcome, Jagge, on stage.
Thank you. It's always a good start, being late and stressing myself, and also doing it in English. So this is going to be very fun to see what you think. Thank you for joining. My name is Jagge, or you call me Jagge. My name is Jaggenat, and I'm going to talk about how you can develop something. It's a quite weird idea, but I'm also going to do it in the metaphor of the movie Tenant. So will you see how that goes? Have you seen the movie Tenant? Some? Do you understand what's going on? No? So I've been YouTubing a lot to start figuring out what is going on in the Tenant. And sometimes I think I know, but then when I look more at it, I realize I don't understand why is there 5 Neils there in the timeline. So if you think I have found a way to revert time, I haven't done that, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. You can go to the other room. But we had the second best thing coming. So first I would start like Agile in the beginning. It was a lot about output. No, development in the beginning was a lot about output. Then we start talking about outcome. And then we start talking about impact and business impact and revenue. So I usually say coding is the easy part. And you know what I mean? I know it's difficult to code, but often we forget about the whole concept of actually delivering a product out to the customer that they are willing to pay for it as much so they can actually get revenue. So this is what we start focusing on when we build this new product here. So I will try to explain the pinch move. If you haven't seen it, it's going to be even more weird, but please look at the movie. So the pinch move is basically they have 2 teams, a red team, a blue team at the end, the fight. So the red team, let's say you have a pen. So the red team follow what's happened with the pen, and when it stops there, they brief the blue team, this has happened with the pen. The blue team then starts, and the pen just goes back, and they know what's happening, and tell the red team, this is the beginning. So this is the pinch move, right? Very simple. So they are not changing time, they're just going back. I know you have lost it already, but with that said, we are like, how can we do this then in product development? So we have the product team here, the red team, we have the business team. So we let the red team go forward with the pen, the product, and we did that in the terms of try to begin with the end. So we build out the whole scope, the whole idea, the whole product, the whole value to how it will look like and how it will feel and be at the end. So how do you do that? How do you create that? I know Jim is here, he's great in visualization, so of course you need to visualize it. And we took inspiration from a quite, different area. I don't know if you have, let's see if the video starts. It doesn't start. Okay, it's a video there. Let's see. Otherwise I need to talk about it anyway, so I'll start it like this. It is a video about a web page that shows about visualization. This is very fun. This is what's supposed to visualize. Okay, paint like this. You're buying an apartment that's not, they are under construction. It's 2 years away. You go into the web page and you see a lot of things there. You see like, hey, the pictures, 3D movies, stories, everything. They try to visualize for you so you feel comfortable. What am I going to get at the end so I can buy it now? And so you can do that. So that's what we try to do there. So how do you then enable the business to be able to do this? So we have built the product in our head, how we will look in the end. So now we need to go over to the business team then, the blue team here. So how do you get the blue team to actually love this and understand it? So then comes the next important thing, and this is the powerful concept in the human brains, and it's about believing. So this is the second best part, except introvert time. So this is something you can use. If you get people to believe in heart something, they will reach the goal. And this is something people use in, when they in sports, for example. You visualize the end goal, you visualize the winning, you visualize the score. If you watch soccer or something, you see they are behind with 2 goals, and it's like maybe it's like 10 minutes left, and they play catastrophic, and suddenly they get this corner goal going in, right? And then you start producing, and they just push it, and they start believing again. And this is, how do you get then the whole business to believe. Not like, hey, we will have it soon, we're going to have it. No, we have it. And you need to go out and sell it as we have it, because we have it. And that was super tricky, because you're always like, oh, does it come? Is this a problem? Do we will have this? Is this a issue? Is this feature going to be? Don't talk about the feature. You're going to have all the features you need. Just take, and of course the tech was super scared. Oh, you're going to go out to sell something that we don't have, but we have it, and you're going to, it was so fun. But anyway, so that's what we did there. We need to visualize for them. You need to believe we have it, because if you stop doubting, 2%, you're going to lose the biggest, you're not going to run the extra push. So we need to get people to believe. So this is a powerful tool. Now, sadly, the video doesn't work, so, but we have another. What we did then was that we created, here is supposed to be a video about the Figma. Do you know what Figma is? Yeah. We created a fully functional Figma demo that they can play around with and click everything. And we created web page, stories, landing page, everything. So they felt, it's here, seeing is believing. It wasn't here, so I'm not allowed to say that. It was there, it is there. So then they started believing. It was tricky in the beginning, like, can I say this? But we get them slowly, the whole organization started believing. So that's how we took the business with something, we had built the idea here. Of course, we didn't have any code. We didn't say that, but the tech know that. So they started coding. And business then inverted and started here with the solution in the head is already here. Start selling it. There's a big difference here. I'm not talking about, hey, A/B testing, or we should, research the market. We all know about those stuff. It's not about that. It's about really believing this. You have it. Do something with it. You not get any more. This. Petter Stordalen, he calls his company Strawberry. It's a very cheesy story, but he got strawberries to sell from his father when he was young, and he come back, I can't sell this, this is not good enough. He said, this is the only strawberries you have, so go out and sell it. So same thing here. And then, of course, they go back in this pinch move and inform tech all the time, like they have it already, like you use how you work when you have a product. Then you get feedback. So they start building something, they sell it, and give input, and they keep building it. So I know it sounds a little bit weird, but the key point is the believing point here. So if you can get the organization to believe something, they can do it much better than you have the most awesome product. Because often we fall back to we need to have the best tech, best product, and we would like to have that, but to be honest, there are so many products that are so similar, so it's not about the tech itself. Sometimes it is, like maybe OpenAI and stuff like that, but in general, it's not. So it's more how you believe and believe in the value there. So the key points before we wrap up is we built the final offering from the start. So we finished up everything, press releases, marketing, pricing, packaging, training, everything. So everyone was ready from the start. Then we try to connect the beginning with the end, make it a loop thing, very weird. So the time travel here is basically how you time travel in the brain and visualize yourself being here and actually believing it. That is the time travel. I know it makes fluffy, but the brain is powerful in that way. We focus on getting the organization to believe, not trust it. Believe is even deeper. It's when you do the crazy things that you need to do. And we focus on, we use the information in the loop to impact the product development cycle also. So it's feedback there, nothing unique. And then we focused on the power visualization that I didn't be able to show you all cool videos. I will do that later. So sorry, Jimmy, but I was thinking about you there. But anyways. So do you believe that this works? Good. It's a weird setup. And also, if you haven't seen Tenet, go and watch it. It's Friday. If you have seen Tenet, watch YouTube videos because it gets weirder. Why is it 5 Niels? Okay, thank you. That was everything. Bye bye.
Yeah. Thank you, and now we're in for a break until 10:20. See you soon. Go have coffee. Thank you for being so well behaved. I'm going to tell your mothers afterwards that you did really well. So, time for our next speakers, who is kind of a celebrity. Yeah, a real celebrity. I want to welcome Bjarte Bogsnes, sorry about my Norwegian, up on the stage. You're up in 16 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you do that when I'm finished as well. I normally don't carry a note when I speak, but for a 10-minute session, I simply have to make sure I don't say more or less than what I plan to say. I'm the chairman of the Beyond Budgeting Roundtable, and I used to work for a company called Equinor. You might know it as Statoil, where I was heading up the implementation of Beyond Budgeting in that company. And I left that company a few years ago with a heavy heart in order to be able to work full-time on Beyond Budgeting, hence Bogsnes Advisory. What I want to share with you is no criticism of Agile. I'm a big fan of Agile. And according to the Agile Alliance, the first international Agile conference took place in Sardinia, year 2000, an XP conference. And I was there talking about Beyond Budgeting to a great group of people. So I've been kind of a hang-around and a fan for a long time. My message to you today is that there can be no true Agile transformation without Beyond Budgeting. And why is that? Well, several reasons. I think that the initial success of Agile which was great, had a lot to do with its birthplace in software development and how teams worked. And in big organizations, what did executives upstairs observe? Better projects, better outcomes, more happy employees. I mean, who can be against that? Hey guys, I love Agile, keep up the good work. Then Agile starts to scale. It starts to have implications for executive beliefs and behaviors. And then it wasn't that fun anymore, right? Beyond Budgeting has been going for the throat of those beliefs from day one. So a very different birthplace. We were born at corporate level as a way to run an enterprise. Then there is also something with language. You know, for an executive who is unfamiliar with rugby, I mean, that person might think that Scrum is some kind of skin disease, or Slack is about laziness, or Sprint is about running faster, or continuous delivery is about 24/7, right? So actually, some of them struggle with this language. Beyond Budgeting, offer them a language that they do understand, they can relate to. They might not agree, but they do understand what we are talking about. Last but not least, again, Agile was not designed as a way to run an enterprise. Right? So there was a lot of things that Agile and the manifesto, for good reasons, didn't need to have a view on. How does the corporation set targets, forecast, allocate resources, evaluate performance, reward performance, right? So when you start to scale Agile, these holes in Agile become visible. And that is also a reason why so many scaling projects really struggle. Beyond Budgeting are filling these holes, again, because we were born as a way to run an enterprise. So what is then Beyond Budgeting? I know that many of you know, but a little reminder, this is the model. And Beyond Budgeting is basically challenging the two main assumptions behind traditional management. Number one, you can't trust people. Number two, the future is predictable and plannable. And you know, and I know, that that is not true, right? So those are what we are rebelling against. And Beyond Budgeting is addressing both leadership and management processes, as you can see here. And what we say here about leadership, when it comes to purpose, autonomy, and transparency, values, it's not that unique. And many other communities, including Agile, talking about the same things. But many of these communities and models do not seem to have reflected very much on what kind of management processes are needed to activate these good leadership intentions. Because it doesn't help to have these theory Y leadership intentions if you have theory X management processes. And that is a huge problem in organizations. So you have this lack of coherence between what is said and what is done. And a classical example, it doesn't help that we talk a lot about and loud and warm about autonomy and you know, we trust you guys so much, we would be nothing without you and so on. But of course we need detailed travel budgets. Right? This is hypocrisy, poisonous gaps between what is said and what is done. Another classic example, it doesn't help that we talk loud and warm about us and team and collaboration and together, but when it comes to rewards, it's all about individual bonus, right? Again, a classical gap between what is said and what is done. The tagline here is important, performance the right way. Beyond budgeting changes how we define performance, and it changes how we deliver performance. And if you look at these, again, coherence is key here. Not just this horizontal coherence between what is said and what is done, but also a vertical coherence, especially on the management processes. Because if you look at these management processes, they are starting out in what I would call finance territory. Right? Target setting, forecasting, resource allocation, moving into HR territory, performance evaluation and rewards. And there has to be a coherent, consistent philosophy all the way through, right? Which is not the case in a lot of companies, where HR and finance are like cats and dogs and kind of operate based on very different principles and intentions. That is also a problem. So this vertical coherence is also important. So, where is the budget in Beyond Budgeting? Well, first of all, as you will see, Beyond Budgeting is about much more than budgets. But you need to do something with the budget. So many transformations regard the budget as the kind of, again, the elephant in the room, and unchallengeable law of business that you can't do anything with. Well, we have actually cracked that in Beyond Budgeting, because the budget is gone here. But not what the budget tried to do for us. Because if you ask a finance person, why do you make a budget? They would typically list 3 reasons. They would say that we use budgets to set targets, financial targets, sales targets. We use the budget as a kind of forecast of what next year could look like. And it's a resource allocation mechanism, handing out bags of money to the organization. And by the way, when I say budget, then I'm thinking broader than typically when you think budget, because you will think about project budgets. This is about company budgets. Those things that the budget tried to do for us is not gone, right? They are still here. But we have separated these 3 things, but you can't, because you can't solve these 3 things in one process and one set of numbers. That is a disaster, creating gaming and lowballing and negotiations and so on. Having separated, we can improve each one. We can set better targets. We can get the politics out of forecasting. We can have a much more effective and intelligent resource allocation than what a certain Mr. McKinsey could offer us 100 years ago, because he was the one that invented budgeting. It's pretty old management technology we are talking about. Amazing that it has survived that long. I could have talked for hours about what does the right-hand side mean in practice. Just one quick example from Equinor when it comes to resource allocation. Equinor does not have a traditional detailed annual investment budget, where the company sits in the autumn, the year before, and decides everything, exactly how much to invest, split exactly on these projects, and then these bags of money are handed out. Instead, there is a process based on the simple principle that the bank is always open. The line can order forward a project for approval at any time. How high up you need to go, regulated by a mandate structure. Whether you get a yes or no, decided by 2 things. How good is your project, and can we afford it as things look today? Can we afford it? That information is coming out of the forecasting process. So we are still doing what the budget tried to do for us, but in so much, much better ways. You can't explain the totality of Beyond Budgeting in 10 minutes. That is why we need books. And this is my new book that is just out. This is beyond budgeting. It is on purpose a shorter book than my previous ones, because the main target group for this book are people with limited time to read, because those are the guys we need to read. So this book you can read on a longer flight or whatever. And I have to say I'm really, really happy and proud that Gary Hamel said yes to write the foreword, and he wrote a great foreword. So yeah, I hope you take a look at it as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On the next slot. Sorry, on the next slot, we have the speaker who was going to speak in tab is unfortunately ill. Nothing serious, just a cold, but still he couldn't be here. So you have no alternative but to listen to Tobias, but I'm sure it's going to be great. Tobias Modig, telling us about the mediocre developer. Welcome.
Thank you. Are you our next rockstar developer? No. Could you please provide us with the latest hobby projects on GitHub? No. In the hunt for a new Ninja developer, is it you? No. What is a link to your blog posts? Stop! I just want to code at work, get home, play with the kids, eat some chips, fall asleep on the sofa watching Dr. Phil. Have you felt the same way sometimes? Maybe I get those questions at the interviews. Or maybe I've felt the pressure from the surroundings to be this superhuman, at least if you're a software developer. Just get a grip of the audience here. And the software developers in the house, please raise your hand. Quite a lot. Well, keep them up, please. So please take down your hand if you think that you're a crappy developer. So there goes a few one. The other one, please keep them up. So please take down your hand if you think that you're a pragmatic programmer, you know, learning a new programming language each year, reading a book a month, continuously investing in your knowledge portfolio. Few ones left. Sorry, that was too early. And please take down your hand if you think that you are an above-average developer. So still a few ones left here in the front. The average developer, like decent developers without being fanatics. Welcome, this talk is especially for you. And of course, welcome to the rest of you as well. So I'm Tobias Modig, I'm a consultant at Ceteris, currently acting as a developer coach at Funnel, and this is a mediocre developer. Tribute. So let's start with a spin back to those recruiters hunting for developers. So what are they after? What do they really want? I mean, what is a Ninja developer? Is it like sneaky little developers hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to jump out, just to add some code when no one notices? I'm sorry, we use Git. We can see that you've been there even if you use your stealth mode. And before that corner in the back with all the Ninja developers start like throwing rotten tomatoes, self-injected shell script of whatever at me, no, I don't hate you. You are valuable. You are amazing. But this is not your 10 minutes of fame. You get so much praise anyway. Let's move on to the rockstar developer instead. What is this? Is it like hairy dudes trashing up hotel rooms, drinking whiskey, snorting cocaine? Not sure I would trust that code anyway. Or are they actually talking about the programming language Rockstar? Have you heard about it? Invented some years ago by Dylan Beatty. So Rockstar is a computer programming language designed for creating programs that are also hair metal power ballads. This might look like a poem, lyrics or something, but it's actually source code. It's a fizz buzz written in Rockstar. Just listen to like, desire is a love-struck lady killer. My world is nothing. Fire is ice. Hate is water. Until my world is desire. Build my world up. Oh my, this is deep. This is so beautiful. But of course, I am ranting here. We all know what the recruiters are after. They are looking for the crème de la crème, the top-notch developers, the best of the best. But is that always what's the best for a company? Or could the mediocre developer be just as good from time to time? I will pause that question for a few seconds. First, I think we need to find out what a mediocre developer actually is. So the English Oxford Dictionary, it defines mediocre as like not very good, of only average standard, while the Cambridge Dictionary defines it as acceptable, but not good. So based on that, I would say that a mediocre developer, is that like an acceptable or average developer? At least it's not a very good developer. So how could this be better than those like first-class developers the recruiters are after? So I would try to answer that question by introducing you to a few friends and ex-colleagues of mine. So we can call this guy Ken, because that is actually his name. And we worked together at one of our big banks. And Ken is good at writing code. Of course, not as good as you Ninja developers there in the back, but he gets the job done. And he's great when it comes to like securities. And he loves Christmas trees. He even grows his own. And he has worked for 27 years at that bank. And I'm pretty sure that his code has touched like the most of your money. And this is another ex-colleague of mine. Let's call her Anna. So me and Anna, we worked together at one of the government agencies a few years ago. And Anna is great when it comes to like taking architectural decisions. But I think she's even sharper as a baller. And she stayed at that government agency for more than 15 years. And I can tell you that I think that you all use her program every year. And a third friend I would like to introduce you to is Roger. So Roger works within the medtech industry, and he has a domain knowledge that is like insane. I have seen him explain medical stuff to doctors. And he knows his programming as well, but probably not as good as he knows his skiing. And Rogers, he has worked with that same product since 1990. That's more than 30 years. And I can assure you that his code has saved the life on someone you know. And these three, they have a few things in common. I mean, they have made such a great impact for their employer for so many years. They are easy to work with. They share their knowledge for free, and they get the job done. But they also value other things in life, apart from like their job and programming. And I would guess that they get less invites connection at the LinkedIn each year together than most of you get invites every month. And I don't think a recruiter would call them like ace or rock star, something like that. And I can bet my next salary that no one of them sleeps with a pragmatic programmer under their pillow. And about the pragmatic programmer, that is an amazing book. It really changed my career. But it also put a lot of pressure upon us developers that we should always keep up. We should be a little bit better than the average. We should continuously learn and invest. But that doesn't work for the mediocre developer, right? Because we want to watch Dr. Phil in our spare time, not getting frustrated trying to learn Haskell or something. So that's why I believe that you all should have the time to develop your skills at work within that regular 40-hour week. I mean, I don't think a doctor gets the same question during a job interview like, could you please provide us with a few clips of your hobby surgeries? I don't think we developers should have that pressure on us either. So if your company wants you to do a good job, they should make sure that you have the time to develop your skills at work. But that was actually a sidetrack. Back to my friends. I actually got a fourth friend. Let's call him John Doe, because that's like obviously not his name. And John, he actually checks most of the boxes for being a real rock star. I mean, he is brilliant. And me and John, we worked at the same company. But he left because he was bored. I mean, programming Java, that's so 2004. And that's the most of John's career. Like taking a job, making a great impact for 12 months, getting bored, quit, getting home, inventing a new programming language, running out of money, taking a new job, making a great impact for 12 months. You know, endless loop. And maybe my friend John is not like all you great ace developers out there, but I still have not met one single rockstar developer who has contributed half as much to their company in the long run as Ken, Anna, or Roger has done. So the next time you are planning to hire a new developer at your company, think about it. Who will benefit your company most in the long run? Is it if you manage to tangle my friend John for the next 12 months? Or should you rather aim at finding the next Ken, Anna, or Roger? No right or wrong answer there. But just as a small advice from me to you, that a mediocre developer might be exactly what your company needs from time to time. So please don't cut them out just because they don't aim for being in that spotlight. And about that spotlight, I would like to end this talk by actually giving them exactly this spotlight. So may I ask all of you with the ability to stand up, to get up on your feet and get a big round of applause. Not for me, not for this talk, but for all the Ken, Anna, and Rogers out there, for the gentlemen in the front, the mediocre developers, the average ones. Because now it's their time to shine. Thank you.
Next speaker is already on stage with me. It's Agila Sverige, who will tell us about that we should not focus on the agile mindset, but instead cliffhanger.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Agila Sverige. Thank you, Tobias. You're hard to follow up on this. So yeah, it's my birthday. Hey. What better place to be Agila Sweden. So, yeah, you're going to recognize snippets from other great talks, such as the Mindset Backlog from yesterday and Bjarte's Beyond Budgeting. But yeah, so what's my message here? Don't focus on the Agile mindset. Instead, ... I'll get to that. But let's have some movement. Yeah, so please, we start with the stand-up survey. So if you can stand without spilling coffee mugs or falling aside, stand up if you're, come on. Stand up if you're having a good time at Agila Sweden 2023. Yay, simple one. Stand up or remain standing if you think you have a common sense. All right, cool, all of you. Stand up or keep on standing if you believe that having an Agile mindset is important to succeed with Agile. Cool. Look at the people on the same row. Keep on standing if you think that they all agree with your definition of an Agile mindset. What just happened? All right, so a few of you are standing. Let's applaud the optimists in the room. You can sit down, thank you. Cool, so what does Google have to say? Let's use this powerful extra brain of ours. What is the Agile mindset according to Google? Must be a clear answer. So we have this popular slide. So Agile is a mindset described by 4 values, defined by 12 principles. Cool, yeah, but what is this mindset? There's no bullet list here explaining what the mindset is. Okay, nice picture, but let's move on. This one, super popular, the Agile onion. So we're layers, and we have tools and practices and principles, and they all derive from this mindset. Okay, I still don't have an answer. What is this? The definition of the Agile mindset. And then we have this thing going on, doing versus being Agile. Why does it matter? If you're doing everything right and get the right impact and happy people, why does the being, and then the mindset again. Still no definition. What's going on here? Okay, here's one. Here's one person who tried to make sense of this. So this is 4 circles intersecting, and there's Agile mindset in the middle. Cool. Maybe I can make sense of this. Social agility. I change friends on a daily basis. Cognitive agility. I change the way I interpret things every hour. No, and the next one is yet another picture from another person trying to make sense of this. They just poured everything into this. Yeah, so obviously, yes, this is just too much. This is not helpful. Okay, but let's go at the simplistic models. The fixed versus growth mindset. Oh, could this be? Is this the Agile mindset? Splitting the population of the world into 2 categories. Yeah, I love those models. So does this enable a great conversation about what to do next and understanding each other? And no, it's like, well, you avoid failure. Well, you never fail. You only learn. You give up easily. You think you can master anything. You take feedback personally, etc., etc. Is this a good baseline for a great conversation and feeling inclusiveness into potential change? No, let's stop. Let's zoom out. And what is the definition of an actual mindset? Where's the timer? I'm good. So once again, I Googled and I found a quote that I liked because it rhymed with my mindset, maybe. So, so this is Kendra Sherry, psychologist. Your mindset is a set of beliefs that shape how you make sense of the world and yourself. Beliefs, personal convictions about how things work, how people operate, how we should do things. And those beliefs influence how we think, feel, and behave in any given situation. Okay, that's a mindset, a set of beliefs. And then Wikipedia tries to bring some clarity, and by then it reads, arise from a person's worldview or beliefs about the meaning of life. Okay, so worldviews, convictions about how people work together, or operate, or how to get stuff done. Surely we must be able to extrapolate this definition of mindset from the Agile Manifesto, right? No, we're back to the same thing. We have guiders here. So when you're doing work, make sure to emphasize this over that. Everything here has value, but this has more value. Yeah, but why do we believe that customer collaboration is more important than contract negotiations? It doesn't explain the why, the belief we have that makes us think this. Conclusion, just stop focusing on this internal agile mindset. It's internal, and it's hidden, and if anything, you risk promoting defensive reactions. So the teacher might explain that you have to have an agile mindset in order to be agile, and people in the room go, what? I have an agile mindset, don't tell me what I don't think, or I'm not sure I even want that. I'm going to vote against this change. Do I get to vote? I'm not sure. And it almost invites to a conversation about us versus them. So you recognize this, the change curve of shock and denial, etc. And to the far right, you might have the leaders and managers and agile coaches that you have the wrong mindset. You need to get on board. But what? I have exactly the right mindset. I just disagree, or they don't get it. But this is not helpful. So, and then we have, yes, we love diversity and inclusion. It's crucial, but you all have to have the right mindset. So no. So no, I argue that mindset is something intrinsic and hidden. It's contextual. We have our different beliefs depending on if we're at home with our family, at work with our colleagues, etc. And it's not black and white. It exists on a continuum. So what's the instead ... Well, you can do this on multiple layers, of course, but I guess I'm addressing the leadership and management and that are having the biggest possible cultural impact, maybe. Declare your core beliefs. What do we believe in? So we might have our beliefs about how the world works or how we should operate things around here. Put them on paper. What do we believe is key to our success in the way we approach work? And what principles should guide us when we decide how to design our teams or frameworks, etc. Because once we have them, they could be like, we always value teams over individual heroes. Cool, now we can use that as a guide when discussing how to change the way we operate. Or outcome over output, etc. Or adapt over plan. Plan is just an illusion, so let's make sure we always adapt, etc., etc. And this may be a core belief. We truly believe that people are motivated, responsible, and creative. If we start with that assumption, our processes and frameworks might look differently. And work is learning. So if you write this down, there's plenty others, and some of these are kind of derived from the manifesto, maybe. My point is that if you have them written down, they're there, you can talk about them, you can express them and communicate them to clarify expectations. You invite for discussions and for them to be challenged. And I can choose to buy into them. I can choose that, okay, fine. Here we operate as if these are true. Or I quit. Maybe I'll decide, no, I don't believe this, I'll quit. But at least I have a fair choice. And then, given these core beliefs, look at how you can shape the behaviors. And as Jason Jipp, a former colleague of mine from Spotify, said, the goal is not to change stories and symbols. The goal is not even to change minds. The goal is to change behaviors. The Swedish government didn't teach a new mindset to the Swedish people that they should care about the environment. No, they just made it easy to sort their garbage. A few years later, we could explain why that was a good thing. So the why, the mindset came later. And just super quick examples here. So focus on what's observable, and then build system, environments, and structures that promotes the positive behaviors you want to see. Let's assume you declare that we deeply care, we want teams to care for quality and impact. Well, are they invited to? Do they have a chance to self-organize? Can they discuss what they own and don't own? Access to actual users for empathy, etc. Is the structure there that promotes this set of behaviors? And we believe in teamwork. We want teams. Yeah, cool. But I've seen so many happiness employee surveys that when you get the result, you can only view it by reporting lines. You can't group the results by team, and that's essential. That's our basic operating environment. And to respond, let's say you communicate that we strongly believe in all of these behaviors. We want you to behave like this. Well, what's actually rewarded? Is that a mismatch? If you want inspiration, I think Spotify got it right for a while at least. They have the career framework where they evaluated behaviors, not results. So yes, in essence, to summarize, focus less on mindset, agree on core beliefs, and then shape a structure and environment that enables the positive behaviors you want to see. Stand up if that made sense. I have a YouTube channel. Fuck.
In 26 seconds, Martin Roth is going to start speaking about leadership as code. So please give him a warm hands of applause.
Thank you. And to start with, no, I'm not going to show you how to write code to replace leaders or leadership today. I think maybe AI will solve that for us at some point, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see how it develops. Now, I'm here to talk a bit about my view on leadership teams and how to build leadership teams, and the fact that leadership teams aren't very different from development teams, or just any team, to be quite honest. Sometimes there's a belief that leaders are special in some way, and they aren't. It's just people doing a great job at things that they are good at. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Simply building great teams. Short background of me, I've never spoken here, but I've been in the development business since 20 years back, or something like that, in various roles, developer, leader, done a bit of everything. I've been in a lot of complex organizations, fast-moving organizations, where things happen quickly, and organizations change overnight. We hire people, people disappear, things happen. And besides being a developer, a coder, a leader, I'm also a dad, a musician, and just a great guy, I guess. So, to understand leadership teams, I wanted to talk a bit about the engineering manager role and what that means. It's a quite complex role, because to get the full impact, an engineering manager has to do a lot of different things these days, in my opinion. To start with, obviously, one of the main focuses is the individuals and the teams. Are people growing? Are they learning things? Do they feel safe? Do they have support at work? Do they have what they need to be able to do a great job? We hire great people. We need to make sure that they can do a great job. And how does the team work? Is the team safe? Can people grow together, learn together, deliver as a group? So individuals and teams is the first focus of an EM. The second one, in my opinion, is how the team is working together, how the team is delivering. Because I'm very much against leaders and managers that are only like administrative managers. They need to have a stake in their teams. They need to care about the output and the delivery. They need to be close to what's happening. And I think it's good if everyone has something like that. And for me, the EM needs to be close to how the team is working, because that interacts with how you can help people grow. And finally, the world is difficult these days. A lot happens. The world changes. Things happen. And because of that, every organization, every team needs to be ready for this. So I think a good engineering manager needs to be a change enabler, needs to be there to both listen to people, how they react, but also tell stories, and perhaps explain why certain things happen in the way they do. The world is complex. You could look at an old city map. This is Vienna, I believe. Streets everywhere. There are canals. There are nice things to see. But everyone is not in the same place all the time. And that's how you should view leadership teams. You shouldn't assume that all leaders have the same picture, that they have all the tools in the toolbox, and that they know everything. Because just like a development team, everyone hasn't done everything yet. So if we assume that everyone is in different places, and if we assume that we can talk about what we would like to achieve, where we would like to go, then it's possible to start to talk about how to get there. Which route can you take? Should you meet up? And how can we as a team try to work towards that goal that we are looking at? And perhaps more importantly, where shouldn't we go? If we want to get to the goal on the map, well, maybe we shouldn't start to walk in the wrong direction. Sometimes we should, but it depends. But we can talk about it. If we accept that everyone is in different places and that we think that we know where we are heading. There's been a bunch of references to elephants today. I'm very happy about that. Elephants are cute. This is the cutest elephant picture I could find when sourcing images for this presentation. And I'm sure everyone has heard discussions about not slicing elephants, instead growing small elephants. It's a classical one here that I'm sure has been mentioned before. And it's actually the same for leadership teams. We shouldn't assume that we can set direction and make big changes. We should assume that we don't have all the answers yet and that we haven't seen everything that we need to see to be able to take good decisions. This kind of taps into how we work. We don't expect development teams to build that big elephant and slice it. We expect them to do it incrementally. We expect them to learn. We expect them to explore and try things out. And we expect them to work as a team towards that. And the same applies for leadership teams. Why should we slice elephants? Why should we build big elephants? Because we don't know if that elephant will still be relevant tomorrow. So instead, we should look at building small elephants, just like we want our development teams to do. This is my team. You might have seen some of them here today. Those are the ones with really red faces, kind of ducking in the audience right now, I think. I had the pleasure of building this awesome team. Partially, a few of them were there when I started at Viaplay a bit more than a year ago, and some of them I've hired. But when doing so, I've focused a lot on the team. I've tried to avoid having a shape for what a leader or an EM looks like. I've tried to look at the collective ability of the team. I want people that are really awesome at processes, that know every agile process out there. I want people who can build enthusiasm and get people interested in what we're doing. I want great coaches, and I want a mix of this. Because I think when you build a team, you can look at how you work as a team. You can start to learn together. You can start to share experiences with each other. Because I don't have all the answers. I head up an EM team. I've done a lot, but I don't have all the answers. But I think that if I combine what I've done, what I've seen, what I know, with the stuff that the people in my team have seen, have done, know, I think we together have a pretty good toolbox to use to create enablement for awesome people in the organization to really shine and do their best. So there are a lot of benefits of building a team. And maybe this sounds familiar because that's how we talk about development teams, right? We don't believe in ninja developers like we talked about a while back. We believe in building great teams, diverse teams, teams with people who know different things, who complement each other. And when you do that, you get a lot of benefits. And the exact same thing applies to leadership teams. So build great teams. Don't just hire people according to a template and try to get them to fit in. If I try to move towards summarizing this, I tend to look at this from two perspectives. And I realize using the word mindset was perhaps a bit foolish given the previous speaker. I'm sorry for that. But basically, when building great leadership teams, you could simplify it and talk about it from two angles. One is way of working. So if we want to deliver in small steps, in increments, if we want to learn from what we are doing, if we want to share with each other and learn from each other, then choosing a process, a methodology that supports that helps us. Development teams, perhaps you pick Scrum, perhaps you pick Kanban, perhaps you do something of your own. But you typically try to find a way of working that is consistent and predictable, because it allows you to be consistent and predictable in how you deliver to the organization. And the same applies to leadership teams. And mindset and values. Well, I think that it's connected to engagement, creating a safe place where innovation can happen. And I think that those of us who are leaders, we have a great impact on the organization. And if we can work according to the same mindset and values, then it helps. Diversity, for instance. Embrace the fact that you have different strengths within the different team members. Build upon that. Use it as a strength. And be very intentful of that when building the team, when recruiting. So to sum it up, I have 15 seconds to go. Building great leadership teams isn't very different from just building great teams. So think about that. See how you can use it. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm not on mute. That's great. 4 seconds until Anna Fors. Give her a hand of applause, please.
So I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room, which all we have been talking about, and that is, why are meetings so unsuccessful? And when I'm talking about meetings, developers, they're really there to solve problems. And what they see is that we have a situation, and I can't solve that on my own. So we're going to have a meeting, and after that meeting, I am better informed or have made these decisions. But in so many meetings, it tend to be in this way instead. We are in a situation, we go to the meeting, and we go out from the meeting, and we are still in the same situation. They can still not solve the problem. Or even worse, that you are in a situation, you go into the meeting, and you're in a worse situation, you know less. And the problem here might be that it seems like some people don't really want to move forward. I mean, some things are complex. I'm just moving out from a project. We're going to build a system for a transaction account. And what we realized quite early was it wasn't a system, there were no transactions, and there was no account. But still, you can really move forward. So why is this? And I don't like the pandemic, of course, but I actually heard that some felt that one good thing about the pandemic was that you could be in the meetings remotely and still continue working while being in the meeting. And that is kind of sad. And another aspect of these meetings which are not useful is that if you have a 2-hour meeting with 20 people during a year, that is the same amount of time it would take for a person to walk from Stockholm to Calcutta. And besides that being super dangerous and perhaps a little bit fun, it's perhaps not the best usage of our time. So then I got started thinking, why is this? I was planning to just complain about these boring meetings, but why is it that in some meetings you seem to have people who don't really want to solve the problem, they don't want to come to a decision? And an example is from many years back. I was building a system where we're going to have work orders for handymans, and instead of them going into the office in the morning and picking it up and going out and do their work, we're going to still do this in a mobile phone. And this was in 2005, so it was kind of early tech in those years. And we have 2 groups involved, and that was the handyman. And we were really worried that they didn't like to be surveilled and use the new technology. And we have the office people who we felt that this was kind of useful for them. They didn't have to point out all the work and the guys going in all the mornings. So, I mean, but really, this was a good thing for both these groups. But what tends to happen in all these projects is that we have these meetings when we seem to move forward, but then we just move backwards. And finally, we had this meeting, and they will go ahead. And that was probably because finally someone said, I'm giving up on this. I'm just going to go decide, and this is how it's going to be. So we really didn't solve the problems during these meetings, but finally that someone just made the decision. So why is it that meetings don't bring us forward? What are the tendencies? And I stumbled upon something called field theory, and this is kind of complex, and I'm not even going to pretend I can pronounce the name of this guy who formulated this theory. But the thing is, can this be useful for us to understand? And what is field theory? And if you go to Wikipedia, you get a really complex academic description, and that probably doesn't make sense. And since most of my English speaking is from the world of sports, as a sports mom, I'm going to use soccer. Not that my son is playing soccer, but most of you probably have seen this sport in some way. And the field theory is that everything you do is on some kind of field where you have different actors. And these actors have their goals, and they have their tools, and they have their space. What are they available to do? And we have the rules for this field to act upon. And if you look at the game of soccer from a simple way, it's kind of easy. You have one person with the ball, and he wants to score on the other side, and you have another team. They don't want the guys to make the score. They want to take the ball from them and make the goal on the other side. But is it that simple, that this is the goals and these are the rules? What if they are not equal in this sense? It could be that one of these have Zlatan on their team, and they're really, really good. And perhaps the person with the ball has been betting against his own team. We don't really know that. And it could also be that some of the teams, they're not really interested in winning the game. They're just in it for one of the guys on the other side, just want to hurt him or whatever. We don't really know the motivations for different people. And what happens is that if someone doesn't really feel that I have something to gain, they can do things which are outside the rules. So we also have that some people also have different tools to work with. So we have other players on the field in some cases. But also, if you look at a sports game, it's not just the guys on the field. You can also see that there are other things affecting a game. You all know the difference if you're on the home field, that you have the audience with you. And it could also be that the whole surroundings around the arena is really important. but also that your field is just one field of many. It's also part of a bigger arena. And now I've probably lost all of you, but what is all this about? What is field theory? Well, the thing is that if you're trying to understand your situation, you need to understand your whole field. What is the field? What are actors we're working with? What are their agenda? And what strategies can they use to sustain their goals? And first, when you know that, you can start working on the arena, you can start understanding these people and make that change. So the first step is understanding your actors. And using field theory, there are two aspects you need to look upon when you have your actors. You have people who have power, and then you have people who are not powerful. Then you have those who follow the rules, and you have those who doesn't follow the rules. But this is not just a given from all time. The most common thing is that we all know that if you're powerful, you can follow the rules because the rules really apply to you. But what the worst thing can happen is that if you have someone who have power and they lose that power, they tend to stop following the rules, especially if they don't have any new tools to work with. So if you look back to my previous case with my caseworkers, how was it before we started the project? Well, we have the girls at the office. They got to decide which guy was going to do which project work. And the guys on the field, they didn't think that they could decide anything. They were just handed whatever this lady at the office was going to give them. And when they heard about this project, what the ladies thought that they were going to lose all their power, what they had a unique knowledge and power over. The guys understood, wow, now I don't have to go to her and make her happy and bring that extra coffee. And you had also the management team who thought that this was going to be the greatest thing, they're going to earn so much money. So this was what they thought. Often enough, we handed somewhere in the middle, so it wasn't really the right outcome from what they thought. But if you look at the women, the office ladies, they had nothing to gain. They were just going to lose power, perhaps their jobs. So why should they participate in these meetings and trying to make this change when they knew that they had nothing to gain from this change? So if you're in a situation when people are not really participating in meetings and trying to make things work, try to understand what could be their motivations and what strategies do they have. These women who couldn't really affect this, the only thing they could do was delay this change. And perhaps this sounds kind of sad that people who think that they have no power needs to act out in this way. So you might think that this is something I can't really do anything about. But this is also one of the negative things with field theory, is that doesn't provide really a solution for your problems. Perhaps it gives you a way to describe the problem you have in front of you. So I'm not going to give you any solutions, and that is also, I'm not an engineer, I'm not giving you any solutions, but rather some fancy words on how to describe it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna. Before you leave on your 10-minute break, I would just like to confess that I lied to you earlier, unintentionally though. So sorry about that. I lied to you about the lunch. So a few of you have already noticed that we don't have access to the back terrace today. We do have access to the roof terrace though. All of the food will not be inside of the venue. As I said earlier, sorry about that. There will be food inside. It will be on the tables. That's still true. The special dietary restriction, whatever special food, will be at the reception. That's still true. Some of the food will be on the roof terrace, and you get there by passing past the reception and going up the stairs. I will repeat this closer to lunch, but that's the situation. Sorry about the confusion. Go have your break. talks before lunch. And first out is Johannes Lindman. Please give him a hand of applause.
Tuesday morning, 9:30, I'm at the coffee machine, thinking about complexity, constraints, constructors, and what the next best step is. Then the head of IT shows up. Hi, Johannes. How are you? Fine. Well, how's our agile transformation going? Well, you should know. You're the leader. When you brought me here, I was kind of clear that I'm not a change leader. You leaders, you need to own this. You need to drive this. I didn't say this to him. I just thought it. But yeah, and then he continues. Well, I've been thinking. Now we have all these teams here. I've been thinking we should hire a coordinator who can help them to plan and coordinate all the work. Or just we might need a structure, I said. He looked to me with empty eyes, and I thought, well, that was not the answer he wanted, or he didn't understand me. And that's a problem. I, as a coach, I should have super skills in communication. I should be good at explaining, and I have failed. So I will try to explain to you how I'm thinking. Let's see how that goes. Leadership, it's a hard job. Leaders are actually really good at leading. They can pull people up, show people the way, and it's hard. And especially if the system is not working for you. If the escalator is not moving, it's much harder. If it's going the wrong direction, it's super hard. So then we think, okay, we need to fix the system. Where's the switch on the organization to change the direction? But there is no switch. And why do we even look for a switch? Well, I blame Newton. We have a pen here, and I push on it. It moves. Hooray, great, I did something. I, as leader, acted, action, reaction. But there are things going on here, forces we don't see. Gravity pulls on this one, and the table is a constraint that's stopping it to be here. If I would lean the table different directions, it would be a different outcome when I push on it. And it's getting worse because there are things we don't even see. There is no obstacle here. So someone has cleared the path. So we need to see the whole environment. And if you're a leader, think, well, leading, I have some knobs, I can help the team, I can guide them and drive them. And if you have the team here is a steel ball, help them to avoid the pitfalls, and there are obstacles on the way, and they change the direction. It's a hard job, quite intense, and it's a bit complicated. But this is still a mechanic or a system metaphor. But the first step is, could I make the game easier? Could I maybe design the board before and create good, you call it guardrails, and remove some of the common pitfalls to make it easier by designing it. It's not as satisfactory just pushing and see the action. And it gets even worse than that. Teams and people, we are organisms, and self-directed, we are complex beings, and when we try to align this and design, we need to see that we need to organize the organisms, hence the wording. So it's a bit messy. But we know that Scrum works in complexity. And the Scrum is an off-the-shelf product, like the Billy bookshelf, pun intended. And it's, in theory, kind of easy to install. Scrum is also good because it scales if we have many teams. But over time, we will adapt and improve and change the process. And the workplace cannot only have Scrum, we have other parts to make it a whole workplace. And after a while, it looks like something else. And does this scale? I don't know. So if I just zoom out from Scrum to see what's happening, we observe the world and we handle things in a process, something like this. And then I recognize that, well, yeah, there are some steps here. We observe, we orient, fix how to do it, and decide and act, and then we create feedback loops, look in the product and learn from that, and then we learn from how we did it, we get the double feedback loop. And now I recognize the pattern of ODA. And maybe I could use ODA as a constructor when I design our processes and systems. You can look up ODA loop yourself, and don't say more about that. But if you want to scale, first advice is think on why you need to scale so you start in the right direction. Is it because of speed or something else? Then you need to create a model that can handle the actual environment you are in. It's probably a bit more complicated than just one team. And then you should separate the problems and the processes to make it easier to handle. I like to create 3 levels: the team level, then the teams level, where we have more coordination issues, and also 1 level for the strategy. You should recognize this. And here I can apply my new constructor. I can apply the ODA loop on each level, and then ODA becomes a fractal. And of course, how we solve all these problems in each step will vary depending on where you are and how to make that thing working. For example, if you want to make decisions, you can use Jimmy Allen's excellent little book to look at how you can make decisions. You can randomize it maybe, or find how to make decisions on each level. So you can design all the steps differently and fix this. I also think you need, before you start to work with this, find some principles that you believe in and use them. This is just a set of beliefs randomly. I don't know if you can use them or if they are applicable at all, but examples of principles. And next step is to look at each step wherever you are and figure out, why do we do this step? And what's the principle we could use? And how would it look like? There are different ways, depending on what you want of this. And avoid. This is not a heroic work of one leader doing a big upfront design of the system. And of course, you should use all the brain power that's available in the company. Do this together. Call for a workshop and do it iteratively. Hypothesis transformation, as I heard before. And learn along the way. So back to my head of IT. He wanted coordination. And yes, we needed coordination of the teams. And his solution was to have a person, that's kind of fast actually, to make decisions for everybody else. Or we could have another setup. Instead of a chief product owner, we could have a coordinating product owner who helps the other ones to figure out and mediates and listen to people. Or, as my intentional idea was, to just create a structure, create an arena where these people can meet in a regular way with a frequency, an agenda, and a purpose, and some directions, and maybe we can solve that without having a new role. So, to summarize, I think that leaders, they're usually kind of good at leadership, but that's just a small part of the skills they need. We will know that the most important thing is to be able to set the purpose and direction. That has the most impact. But I think the management skills, and I include design skills in that domain, is underestimated because it has a huge impact on how easy it makes it to be a leader and how well the organization functions. So if you get this skill, I think leaders can become like skilled bartenders. And they can create these sweet, tasty drinks or cocktails that works in your organization, and pick from frameworks and make the best thing what they really, really need. And on that note, talking about cocktails on a Friday, I think it's a great ending of this speech. So I'll just say cheers and thank you.
So that leaves me 1 minute of repeating my previous message about my deep apologies about having lied about the lunch earlier. All food will not be inside. Most of the food will be on table. Some of the foods for you with dietary restrictions will be at reception, and some of the food will be on the rooftop terrace, which you reach by passing through the reception and walking up the stair. That's it. Next talk about how culture devours agile by Agila Sverige. Please, big hand of applause.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to talk about work culture and how I believe that is what actually creates the possibility to even be agile. I work as an Agile coach and Agile coach manager for a few other Agile coaches at Spotify. And I'm in the platform mission, where we do all the cool behind-the-scenes stuff to make sure that we have a really fast and secure platform to run all the apps and other applications that we have. We support 3,000 engineers with their tools and the releasing and all of that, which is pretty cool and basically what I enjoy the most about being there, supporting them. And we support now over 500 million users in the world, which is pretty cool. That's a lot of people. All right, so I'm going to start with talking about a journey that I had to take to find a work culture where I felt I could really act in the potential that I have. And to do that, I'm going to use something called the stress cone. It's in a poster from Dandy People that I co-created called Stress in a Nutshell, so you can find that there after. But basically, we all heard of this, like the fight or flight, where you end up in the bottom of this stress cone, where you basically, you know, fight for your life, or, and this happened to me, 2017. I got burned out, I couldn't work, I got partly paralyzed. I was here at Agila Sverige 1 year after that, talking about my burnout as an Agile coach, basically supporting everyone else except myself. And my journey back to being able to work full-time has taken a few years. And what happens is actually that this stress cone is something that is behavioral things that happen in a workplace that has a huge impact on the capabilities that we have to use our brain power. So it's not only here in the bottom where you're actually, you know, can't work at all, but it has levels. So going up here, suppression techniques, conflicting priorities, being alone with responsibilities, creates irrational behaviors, panic attacks, less no sleep. That was me. And if we go up here, I was a consultant for a few years, and it has nothing to do with the consulting companies I was at. It has to do with the environments that I was placed in as a consultant, where there was a high workload, financial stress, no feedback on performance, feeling threatened, having anxiety, imposter syndrome, you know, what am I doing? Going up, pressure of time, unclear expectations, navigating politics, policies. And I think, you know, we go up and down this stress cone, and we do that throughout a week, throughout a month, throughout a year. And that's okay in terms of maybe an hour, 10 minutes. But if you find yourself being, you know, on one of these lower levels for a longer period of time, then that's not healthy. That's not creating any healthy behaviors. And it will not give anyone the possibility to actually be agile. So up here on the top is where I am today at Spotify, and where we actually have a work culture that is collaborative. It is actually solving problems, not dealing with politics or other things. And it leads to stuff. It leads to the innovation, the growth of people. A lot of people that start at Spotify will stay at Spotify. And I would say it's because of that. And so what is it then that actually makes Spotify agile? People ask me that. How agile is Spotify? And I say, well, in terms of working, ways of working, processes, things like that, no, they're not very agile. When I came to Platform 3 years ago, they didn't even have product managers in all the kind of, you know, infrastructural teams. So no, they're not in that way. But in the way that they are agile is the work culture. And what is work culture? I believe that it is behaviors. And this is kind of building on what Jimmy said earlier as well, that your beliefs, they also create behavior. And at Spotify, we see failure as learning, and data and hypothesis-driven, that's how we work. And we value diversity. So what does that create? Well, we have an innovative culture, which is learning culture, cross-functional teams, experimenting, things like that. And because this word in the middle, where we usually say like, oh, what values do you have, what culture do you have, they usually don't mean that much if we don't actually have behaviors that support them. And what is different at Spotify is that we hold each other accountable for those behaviors, which means that we have transparency, trust, reflection, feedback. It's not just words. If someone is not doing something in a good way, is not treating someone in a good way, we say that. We say it, and we change it, and we move on. So that's the biggest difference. We're very sincere, which is visualization, retrospectives, feedbacks. Impact-driven mentorship, regularly review goals, and track progress. This is also something we're not, we're not there to just do a job. We're there because we love it. We love the product. We love what we do. It's so fun. But it's also about, like, what impact do I have? I can feel it, that I have this impact, and we can show it and help each other. That creates motivated individuals, technical excellency, definitely, and continuous delivery. Open communication, aligned autonomy, and clear responsibilities. Open communication is about everyone can basically read any Slack channel. They're not closed at Spotify, which creates a chaos in itself that you have to kind of manage yourself. But it's really, really cool. Anyone could talk to anyone. Aligned autonomy. Why it doesn't say autonomy there? Because that's no longer what we have at Spotify. We do not have autonomous teams anymore because we're just not capable of that anymore. We need more teams to do something because it's so complex and so big. So we have aligned autonomy now, which is cool in itself, and another speech. So we're very collaborative, which is, of course, the self-organizing teams, roles and responsibilities, customer collaboration. And this one, have fun, prioritize to have fun, and don't take yourself too seriously. The last one, I think, is a quote from Daniel saying that, but it's actually true. There's no prestige, like there's no, and that sits in behaviors. And if we think someone has that a little bit too much, that would probably come up in a retrospective, or in a feedback, or in a review of their performance. Yeah, but this one is collected to playful. And I struggled a bit, like, okay, what's the agility in this? But we, as Agile coaches, I believe, usually say that we should love what we do, right? And I think Jimmy also mentioned that we base performance reviews on behaviors, and that is true. We still do that. And I just did a development talk last week, and they also assess people also assess me in terms of the same behaviors. Exactly the same for anyone in the company. And that's also how we hold each other accountable for the behaviors that we have while working. And that's how we uphold the work culture that is Spotify, with today 9,000 people working, instead of, you know, the few ones that started here in Stockholm 15 years ago. All right, so what I really truly believe in is that anyone can change work culture by changing behaviors, changing your own, or making sure that you address, say something, change the behavior of someone else. So what behavior will you change? Thank you.
Time for the last speaker before lunch. So I would like you to... Why did I keep my hand up? I would like you to welcome Pablo onto stage. And he's going to talk about how to heal a toxic organization. So give him a hand of applause.
Thank you. I'm Pablo. I'm the manager at Viaplay. I really appreciate that the organization to give me that opportunity to come here. I come from Barcelona. When I see the agenda and see that my talk was just before the lunch, I changed my mind completely. I don't go deep in really hard thoughts, really hard concepts. and prefer to move for something that is really on the purpose of Viaplay, that is telling stories, touching lives, and expanding worlds. Today I'm here to tell you a story. And I will start with that photography. Kuwait, 1991, the Gulf War. You could see it's a really amazing composition with the fire, the weather, the firefighter here in the first term, and how really deep or hard is to get something that is on fire, and then you are the person that is in charge for that, to manage that. But today I don't want to talk for something a bit different. I want to talk about the author of that photography and what happened to him. This is Sebastião Salgado. He's a Brazilian photojournalist, in my opinion, one of the best of the last 15 years. He was involved in several wars, disasters, taking photographies, telling stories about what happened there. But one of the most impacted him was the Rwanda genocide in 1994. That really impacted him in the way that he felt that he was dying for that. The impact, the damage that caused to him, she feels sick. She feels sick. She feels that he's not able to continue doing that. That the last 30 years, more than 100 countries, more than 100,000 photographers, and he preferred to stop and going back to the basics. He was born in Minas Gerais, it's a region in the south of Brazil. As you could think, it's something like that. It's a rainforest. He remembered that place like last and lively forest, and he wanted to come to his family has a farm there, and he expected to be there and then recharge with the nature, you know. But what he found was that the land place, the land undergoing in a drastic transformation. Only 0.5% of the land was covered by trees, and all the wildlife disappeared of the zone. For sure, this is not something that happened from one day to another. This is like a toxic culture, as Brigitte here say. Toxic culture is the result of many factors, but it's generally a combination of poor leadership and individuals who perpetuate the bad culture for so many times. And also Brigitte said that there is 5 smells that are the most important to check if you are in a toxic culture. Only one of them is enough for considering a toxic culture, but you have the 5 is completely bad, really bad culture. First, Brigitte mentioned the company core values and serve at the basis of the organization functions. The core values should be the compass that guide all the decisions in the company. If the decisions are not following that values, then or is internal marketing or even bros is corporate bullshit, you know. Second thing, employee suggestions are discarded. Only a few people in the company has the power to decide things. The feedback from others are discarded and not taking account. Micromanaging, don't give autonomy to people working in the company. Blaming and punishment as normal as the management, and for sure, no interaction between employees and top management. There are the smells that Brigitte said, like that defined a toxic culture, you know. And what happened with you are working at toxic culture? Well, your corporate, your company has that kind of a culture that Phil Cook say that the culture is eventually more important than vision, because only they are able to create a great vision, mission, and all that statement that all love to create. But if they maybe create is a hard word, but if they allow a toxic culture in the company, that vision will never happen. In a company that is disaligned with the values of the company, with the behavior of the company, and where people are not listened, eventually the people will stop to talk, and then will be a place where no one have nothing to say. But we are not here today for thinking about the bad things, and that is not allowed to change. Is not really. It's not the point of my talk today. I also want to come back to Sebastián and present the second person in the story. That is Leila, is Sebastián's wife. As Leila saw how Sebastián was devastated by the context, the moment, the land that they found, she decides to, okay, we have to take some action, and the action was to start to replant the forest. Tree by tree, day by day, they plant 7 million of trees in 20 years. And that, for doing that, for sure, we could consider that a company is like a tree, or is like a forest. Okay, in a forest you could see the trunk, the branch, the leaves. That is the structure that we are able to see in a company. And this is eternal, is visible, is easy to change, because it's something that you could write. You could set new values. You could, okay, this is not our values anymore. This is our values now. This is not policies anymore. This is our values now. But we have to think that underground in that case, we have the other things that are the real culture of the company. This internal is invisible. It's really, really hard to change. It's what is the history of the company, what is okay, not okay, and for what, for whom is okay or not okay to have that behavior, because sometimes it's different if the person is on the top management or not. In the internal leadership relationship, what is rewarded, and so on. For change that real culture, you need courage. You need to think that change a company culture is really, really, really hard. For Sebastián and Leila took more than 20 years to change that landscape. You also need generosity. You need to change the typical blaming, fear, psychological danger to psychological safety. You need to give people the opportunity to make mistakes, and don't blame for that. And also you need to act globally. John Seddon, one of the system thinking advocates, said that people behavior is a product of the system. When you change the system, people's behavior changes. But Craig Larman set up corollary to that is like in large established organizations, the culture follows the structure, but in small ones, the structure follows the culture. It's easier to change the culture in a small organization. It's harder to change in a large established organization. But if we are able to do it, the change makes the difference. And when Leila and Sebastián made that change, they are able to create a context environment for coming back 172 species of birds, 33 types of mammals, 15 species of amphibians and reptiles. When you act and are able to do that change, you not only impact in the today, you impact in the tomorrow and in the future of the company. Thanks.
time for lunch. See you here at 1 o'clock. And if you're unsure of where to find your food, go to the reception. Hi. How are you? Are more tired than I am. Wow. It's hard to beat actually, but I'm tired. Maybe you are even more tired. I feel sorry for you, but I hope you had a great time. They were worth the investment. For me it was. Sorry, I'm taking time from our final lightning speaker, who is Johanna Back-Valentin. Give her applause.
Now, you can do anything, but not everything. And that is just a fact. Because no matter how talented, skilled, or how much of a high achiever you are, there is just not room to do it all. And no matter how much you want to squeeze it all in, and even though people keep asking you for stuff, there is just not enough time. And at some point, we need to say no. And if we wait too long with this no, we are filling up our time with stuff that might feel good and be kind of important, but we are not having any time left to spend on the things we really, really need and should do to get the result we want. My name is Johanna, and I'm not only an agile coach trying to help organizations with these kind of questions. I'm also a person that has and currently struggle with prioritization on a daily basis. And I don't know about your experience with prioritization, but I guess I'm not the only one that have worked in organizations where the ratio between saying yes and no to really, really important stuff is something like 100 to never. But what is the actual problem with that, you might ask? And let's have a look at this calendar. Do you see any time for actual work? I would say this is the consequence of not prioritizing. Time is filled up to a point where the throughput seems to be close to zero, and the work in progress is always way too much and some more. And as we all know, we should stop starting and start finishing. And one way of doing that is to limit the work in progress. And if we don't, there is a risk we will be stuck task switching and feeling that we work really, really hard, but never get something put to done. But I really, really get it. Prioritization is really hard, both on a personal and organizational level. And it's not like hard just because. It's hard because we psychologically tend to have an easier time to say yes to things. And the worst part is that we have an even harder time to say no, and especially when we are stressed. And therefore, we just continue to add more stuff to our backlog. And now we're in this vicious circle where we add more stuff of something and less time on the actual thing. So when we keep saying yes, what happens then is the throughput gets even longer, the work in progress goes up even more, and the calendars will not only be fully booked, they will be doubled and triple booked. And that is where prioritization comes into the picture. We need to start saying no. And it's not like saying no to the things you don't want to, or the things that you wouldn't have done anyhow. It's about saying no to the things that we really, really want to do, just to be able to focus on something that is even better. And that means that prioritization will hurt. It will be hard, and it will be difficult. And if it doesn't, you are in fact not prioritizing. And do not hope that it will get easier. Because just as when running, it doesn't get easier the more you train. You just get faster. And it will still be tough, but the result will be better. Same goes for prioritizing. It will hurt, it will not get easier, but the result gets better. So just keep going. But why is it that we keep ending up in the same situation? Imagine if you're starting to build an app, like a Save the World kind of app. And of course, you want everyone to help save the world. And you want all the functionality at once. You want all of the customers. You want to do all of the marketing in all of the channels. And if we say yes to all of this, our calendars will start to fill up. The work in progress go up, and the throughput will, within short, reach 0. So, and that is not exactly what a startup wants or any other company wants to achieve. So now again, we are in this situation where we do a lot of things, but we get no real output. But what is the solution? Once again, there are 2 words, 2 letters. It's no. Saying no, it is the key to getting the results that we really want. Because saying no will create the focus that we really need. And to get where we want with the things that we actually say yes to, with the few things, I would say. And when we have worked with these few things that we actually said yes to, and it's done, the question is, what happens next? Do we just start with the next thing on our prior list and then continue until we are done? No. Times are changing rapidly, both inside and outside of the company. And what was prioritized a few months back is no longer that important, or maybe it's even more important now. And anyhow, it's not exactly the same now as when we did a few months back. And therefore, we need to start prioritizing all over again. And that means saying more no's and a fewer yes. But how do we start over? And how do we actually prioritize it all? I would say that prioritization is done together. It is not up to a single product owner to say no. Instead, let's prioritize by including all the relevant people in the discussion. And together we say no. This will make us stronger and more confident. And also it will help us to remain focused on the overall strategy. And also remember to be transparent throughout the organization so that everyone can adapt and contribute to the greater goal of the company. And one idea could be to start measure how many times we actually say no and how many times we say no in relation to yes. This could be an indicator helping us to visualize how the ratio between saying no and yes to those really, really important things might be, which in turn can tell us how focused we really are. And so no is more important than yes. And now my question to you is, what do you say no to tomorrow? And now I don't mean that boring thing you didn't want to do from the beginning. What do you really, really want to do? But tomorrow you will say no to, just to ensure that you are keeping that focus on that special something.